Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24. Create a team career with Cadillac here on the PC. Tonight it is round 10, it's the halfway point of our season 5 and we are heading to Monaco. So here we are then at Monaco, ready for the start of what could be a very processional Grand Prix. It's always tricky to overtake around this circuit, and on top of that we have a very heavy rain forecast for race day, so qualifying is going to be extra important, and as you can see we have the prospect of a little bit of rain in qualifying as well. Very curious as to how we're going to do today. If we can qualify really well, and I think with Max that shouldn't be an issue. That seems to have resolved itself where Max doesn't seem to qualify well. Now we're having issues with Norris not qualifying. If we can resolve that and get them both into a really good position, get them both into the top 10, that could set us up for a really good Monaco. But if we can't qualify inside the top 10 with either driver, we could be really up against it. Just because it is so hard to overtake around here normally with realistic racing, and with full-on rain, that's going to make it almost impossible to overtake, I think. So, yeah, we'll see how we do. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Let's just take a quick look at our car, make sure everything is looking all right at this end. Evening Army, evening Dino, good to see you guys. Hello to anyone else who is lurking in the chat as well. Let's take a look at what we've got in terms of engines. Not a huge amount of really good stuff, unfortunately. I guess we'll run this gearbox to practice and the other one for the race. There we go. So our drivers are both feeling pretty enthusiastic for tonight, which is encouraging. Let's take a quick look at their skills. Evening, Daniel. So in terms of wet weather, we know Max is a genius in these conditions. 98 overall. Lando. That is really, really bad. Something is very, very wrong with Lando's stats. And I don't know what it is. Is he doing anything with sponsors, I wonder? Oops, no, that's the wrong button. That's what I want. Let's go to finances, sponsor plan. That's going to drop his performance rating. It still seems an awful lot, though. Is he doing anything up here as well with the hot lap, perhaps? That might affect why, show why his accuracy's down, because it might be Lando. I don't know. When it never tells us which driver's actually doing the experience at the top here. It might be both. I don't know, but yeah, that would certainly explain why Lando's accuracy is so low. Plus, we've also got this, which will affect all of his ratings in general. So at least we kind of solved that issue as to why his stats look so bad. That might be why he's been really struggling these last couple of Grand Prix, because we've been having to hammer him into training. Yeah, look, these are his stats at the moment. 76 plus 2. So 74 baseline. But then when we do the comparison, accuracy 74. Yeah, so that's his baseline. Yeah, his stats are definitely being hammered. He's definitely a lot lower than he should be. All right, well, we'll just have to hope that you know, he does okay. I think once he gets into race trim, he'll be a little bit better, but that's it's a little concerning, a little worrying. Right, OBS is playing up a little bit tonight. Hopefully it will smooth itself out as we continue, but you might see some little judders and stutters, so apologies if you are seeing those. Let's see. Lost my train of thought now. Oh yes, so I was going to check the cars, wasn't I? Check them for parts. Make sure that we are as stacked as we can be on the aero parts. So we've got the new Mark III chassis. Should be on both cars now. It is. They should have the same front wing, which they do. Rear wings, yes. Side pods, yes. The underfloors, yes. And the suspension, yes. Excellent. Okay. We haven't got any other parts on the boil at the moment. As you can see, we're in full-on research mode at the moment. So nothing new on the horizon. We might see if we can squeeze another part out at some point, but I think we're probably just going to make do with the car as it is now, because we're doing really well with what we've got. And as I say, big changes for next season. So we do want to be around.
Halfway through the season, it's too early to call the championship. Can teams make good before the summer break, or will they be hoping for a reset? In the last round, it was Mercedes who came away victorious. With another win added to their prestigious legacy, you have to fancy them to keep their form. What will happen this weekend? Only time will tell.
All right, OBS is really playing up. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to close down OBS. That will end the stream briefly. I'm going to see if I can then just reconnect it as soon as I reboot OBS. But when it's really bad, it keeps stuttering and disconnecting and reconnecting. So rather than get a long way into this, let's stop it now, reboot it, and hope that will fix whatever the issue is. So hopefully I'll see you in a second or so. Alright, looks like we've reconnected. We'll keep an eye on it, see if it continues to play up. But yeah, I've done a reboot of OBS. So let's see if it stays stable. Wayne's here, and Johnny, welcome. All right, let's get ourselves into practice, shall we? It's a normal Grand Prix weekend, and it is dry in practice 1 as well. So we are going to put Ugo in the car. Let's see. Let's take Max out and put Ugo in. Norris is suffering enough at the moment with his commercial responsibilities, so I don't want to potentially reduce the stats even more by upsetting him by taking him out in FP1. Evening, Ingram family. Good to see you guys. Right, let's put some soft tyres on. Monaco is 21 laps for 2 runs. We're going to go with 20 laps of fuel. That should be enough. Drop our stats down. We've already done our engine stuff, so that's good. And let's go straight into setups. Highest downforce setup of the season is Monaco. So we're going to start with... well, a 10 is a little bit too much. You can see we're just over the edge there. So we're going to bring this down to a 9.5. And that puts the rear wing right on the rear... the end of the the buffer zone there, so that's good. And then we'll go with a 9.1 on our roll bar. Roll bar is going to be probably a 9.1 or an 8.2. Could potentially go to a 7.3, but more likely a 9.1 or an 8.2. Then things get a little bit strange with the camber. Camber could be somewhere in the middle, could go all the way up towards the top. We're going to start with a 3.2. And then it's a similar story for the toe. Toe could end up somewhere up here. It could end up somewhere down here. We're going to start down here on this car and see how that shakes out. As for Norris, we'll keep him on the hard tyres. Let's go with 25 laps of fuel, a little bit more. He's just doing the 1 run, whereas we are going to be calling Ugo in. Unless, of course, Lando is massively off on his setup. And we'll try something slightly different here. Let's again start with the 10 and the 16, see if we can squeeze that. And we can just. That's right on the cusp. So this time we'll go with an 8.2. And again, I'm going to go to a 3.2 there. But instead of going all the way down, I'm actually going to go up slightly on this one. And let's try that. And let's hit the track.
Green light.
And radio check.
IBS seems to be running a lot more smoothly since the reboot, so that's good.
Good for me too.
And we'll get Norris out there as well. We're back to the previous version of the leaderboard. As you can see, we've got a lot more colour on the side here. So we should have stability on the mini-map.
Yeah, loud and clear.
That was
Copy, loud and clear.
a little bit erratic for the last couple of races. But I also want to see... We do have an Audi on track now. It's doing... Look at that. It is still that sort of maroon colour. It hasn't gone green. So I think that must be a consequence of us doing something in the database editor. I don't think that is something leaderboard related. So that's interesting to know. Or is it? Is it just this? Yeah. I mean, it's got to be. It's got to be something we did in the database. While they're running, let's open up the database. So if we go to settings and go to editor, I think it's this here. I think because we've clicked on that, that is what has maybe changed it. Wait, no, these changes are visible under the editor only. They will not apply to your in-game save. I don't know what it is then. I don't know what it is. That's very, very odd. Very, very odd. While we've got this open, let's take a quick look at the performance rankings. So you can see we stagnated a little bit since we put the new underfloor on. McLaren are just above us there on 78.21. We're on 77.16, so they're not that much further ahead of us. Aston have got something new, so they are now just about 3.5% better than us. A slight uptick from the previous Grand Prix here. Big uptick for Audi. Look at that, they're up into second place now. Then we've got Toyota in third, Mercedes fourth, Williams fifth. Ford, Ferrari and McLaren are still down here at the bottom. Ferrari have just got a new part fitted here. So that is very interesting to see like that. Here we can see the different breakdowns. You can see Audi have got the quickest car in terms of top speed. Let's see where we are. So we're the slowest in terms of top speed. We're 8th in acceleration. That's not bad. Look at this. We're 3rd in low speed performance. Didn't expect us to be all the way up there. We're 10th in medium speed, 11th in the high speed, 11th in DRS, 10th in dirty air, 2nd in tyre air behind Aston. Aston have picked us in that category. And then engine power, well, we are down in 10th, but yeah, there's 1, 2, 3 teams running at 95%. 2 teams at 97.5, that's Ford and Audi. And then 100% for these guys. Why are they like that? They shouldn't be like that. I think they're on the wrong engine. What am I going to call it? Teams. They are. They're on the wrong engine. Okay. They should be running. Oh, no, wait, no. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because they're the Maserati, aren't they? So, yeah, they should be on Ferrari. All right, okay. Interesting little bits of information there. Evening, Farah. I was trying to run the match, but I think that was causing OBS to stutter and struggle. So I've closed it down. So yeah, updates please. And then I'll just watch the highlights later. Right, let's see how our boys do with feedback.
And try to keep the temperature on tires.
All right, getting close to Norris. 4 out of 5. And we're at 93%. That's not bad. We'll keep him going.
I'm happy.
Let him just do his run as we planned it. So we still need to wait a bit for Ugo to get to 5 out of 5.
And try to work on your front tires.
Oh, look at that. We nailed it. That is fantastic. And on the lap that he's due to come into the pits as well. So we'll stick a little bit more fuel in the car because he's not going to be there on drive development. He's only at 77% so far. That'll be slightly higher by the time he gets to the pits, but not enough. So we'll have to stick a little bit more fuel in and shoot him back out again to get him up to 100 for his development run. But very, very good start there. So let's see what rookies we've got running. We've got, let's see, Ashley Watkins getting a run out for TGR. Sanqueza getting a run for Ferrari. Subtly Lindsley, one of Dino's perennial favourites, getting a run at HiTech. Waleed Sharik getting a run at at Mercedes. Another Dino special. Wright Buckley getting a run at Williams. And that's it for the rookies today.
Should be on now.
Please stop on the marks.
Notice the Vegas Grand Prix is an upside down pig. A little random. Would have understood if we were racing at Vegas. I mean, if you tilt this, you could say that this is a swan. Maybe that's a new category of sub-chat that we need to invent. Tracks that look like animals. So we've got a swan for Monaco. We've got a pig for Vegas, apparently.
Coming past you now.
Need to do some laps with Ugo here. 91 already. Norris is back in. Let's make some changes. Ready for the next session. Need to find 7%. Let's move the camber and the toe. What are we on? 3.2. Let's try pushing it up a little bit. And let's bring that up like that as well. And that will give us movement everywhere except on the straights. We might have gone a little bit too much on that, but we'll see what happens. Oh, red flag. Don't be Ugo. It's not Ugo. Ugo is still running. Oh, there we go. There it is.
Look at the McLaren driver here.
Yeah, one of the McLaren drivers. We don't know which one.
Contact, and that won't do their confidence any good.
It's telling us the replay, but not showing us the replay. Okay, well that's more than we normally get. Can we figure out which McLaren it was? Probably not. No. But I would guess it's probably Vesti. All right, that's the end of practice 1. Let me see if I can just pause the replay here. Might have been Russell. No, it was Vesti. It was Vesti. Just as the replay kicked in and then kicked us to the leaderboard, Vesti's name grayed out, so it's Vesti. All right, no surprise there then. Into practice 2. Max is in the car. His car is already perfectly set, so we just need him to get some laps in. Let's give him 30 laps of fuel, and then he might not need to run in the next session at all. Norris, we've made some changes. Let's see if they work. We need a little bit more fuel than that. Let's give him 20 laps. Out they go. We're still under red flag conditions, apparently. That's weird. Okay. Game's playing up a little bit. Wonder if that means no one else is going to come out. Are we going to have this session to ourselves? That would be interesting. Oh, I can't even speed time up. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to have to reload the save. Hit the autosave because something is very wrong. Are we reaching the end of usable life on this save file? Just as we're coming good. That would be heartbreaking. Alright, let's try this again. 20 laps of fuel for Lando. We'll go 30 laps for Max. Setup changes are done. All right, let's see if we get red flagged again. Dino trying to snitch me to the stewards. Okay, session's working again. There we go. Yeah, very bizarre that.
Radio check. Copy, loud and clear.
Radio check.
We're finding new bugs every day.
Radio check. Yeah, radio's very good for us.
I mean, it's a very heavily modified file, so some instability to be expected. But that's a new one. I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, copy.
There we go. Time will accelerate. And other cars are coming out.
We need to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
The tires?
So we've seen some actual proper running from our Formula One cars now. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting Grand Prix. The high-speed stuff is disappointing. The team's just going into super clipping mode. So they're lifting and coasting basically into the high-speed stuff. And that's going to be a significant issue at quite a few tracks this year, I think, unless something changes as the season progresses.
Can you check the temperature?
Update when you can.
It's all good. It's a cool
All
car
right,
to
Norris's
drive.
changes have improved the car slightly, but perhaps a little bit too much in one direction. Let's call them in. A little bit too far away. Let's try that. Evening, Daniel. Oh, you're up all night, were you, night? Vito. That's, yeah, I mean, I would like to be able to do that. I mean, I'm certainly awake for that kind of stuff, but I just, you know, I just don't have the funding for Sky TV. It's prohibitively expensive. Same for F1 TV. So I just fired up YouTube this morning and watched the the packages that they put on YouTube. You think George will get pole? I don't think he'll get pole, but I think he could well win the race. The Ferraris look very, very quick in short run pace, but it does look like Mercedes have got the edge in long run pace. So race-wise, yeah, it's definitely advantage George by the looks of things, but I think Ferrari will certainly be up there. Leclerc is probably going to be favourite for pole, I think. Based off the first two practice sessions anyway. There's still one more to go before we have qualifying. Right, how's Max getting on? Oh, he's almost done, look. Who do I think will challenge for the championship this year? I'm not even going to entertain predictions on who's going to win championships at this early stage, because teams are still learning the formulas. We've, you know, the new rules. We've got very different style of tracks, which is going to over the next few races, which is going to dramatically change the running order at each race, I think. So it's way too early to make any kind of predictions. Ask me when we've had 6 races, and then I'll give you an answer. Because you may as well just roll a dice at this point.
I'm in.
Watch your speed in the pit lane. Stop on the marks, go to P1, please.
All right, 99% prep. Let's put on a set of mediums so that we don't have to send Max out in the next session. What's my top 3 for the race? I mean, it's guesswork because we don't know what reliability is really going to be like, but I've got to say George is probably going to win it. I'd say probably George, Leclerc if Ferrari's reliable. Max, if everything goes fine there. I think that's probably the top 3. But again, it's that's kind of just like educated guesswork based off 2 practice sessions. So who knows? It could be an absolute cakewalk. It could be George and Kimi miles ahead of everybody. We just don't know. There we go. Max is now done. Didn't quite catch him before the pit entry, so he'll do one more lap. It's 3 out of 5 for Norris.
Pit lane entry.
Yeah.
His prep is done. Now we just need the feedback on the setup.
Right then, we can take a look now.
Leclerc
Let's
cutting
follow
the corner.
drivers then through turn 16. And that's where they slightly run off the track. And they might want to take a look at the floor of the car there because that won't do it any good.
Oh, so close. One off. All right, but that's really good. That's really encouraging.
I think everything's fine.
Understood.
So the question is, which way do I go? And I'm going to bring that back one to there. And we'll see if that works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But we're not going to run Lando again. There's no need. And we're not going to run Max again. So we are done with practice. So one more practice session to go, but we don't need to run. So we're not going to. We're going to save the car. What we will do, though, is change the parts over now. So we can go straight into quali. There we go. And we can't simulate the session because they will definitely go out if we do that. And potentially change the setups as well.
Green
Look
light.
at the track temperature, 8.2 degrees. If Mercedes dominates, Lewis would have made the wrong decision leaving. Well, maybe. I mean, from a purely competitive point of view, you could say yes, absolutely. But, I mean, he had that itch to drive for Ferrari. He gets to scratch that itch. And it's not like Ferrari are looking like a terrible car at the moment. I mean, they weren't great last year, but this year they're looking pretty decent so far. Whether Ferrari can actually sustain it over a season is another matter entirely.
Rain in 10 minutes.
Okay.
But it's not like he's done an Alonso. You know, Alonso, no matter where he goes, always seems to go to the right, to the, you know, makes the right move, but at the wrong time. You gotta feel sorry for Alonso. I mean, he deserves, he's won, what, 30-odd Grand Prix, 2 World Championships. He deserves more. Deserves probably another couple of World Championships and certainly another couple of dozen wins, I would say, based on just how talented the guy is. He's just never had that really good car outside of Renault. Apart from that 1 year when he was partnered up with Hamilton, and that didn't end very well. And yeah, he won races for Ferrari, but that Ferrari was not a great car. and did not deserve to be anywhere near a championship fight. And then, of course, we've got the McLaren return, which didn't go well. Back to Renault, which was a farce. Now Aston, and we had that brief window where Aston actually looked competitive, and he got himself a hatful of podiums, and it's all gone downhill again since. And now Honda's back, and the car is horrendously bad. And time might run out before it comes good. Time might run out on his career at this point. So I think, I think it's such bad luck for Alonso. Will they make F1 Manager 2026? No, they're done. Frontier are completely done with this. There we go. That is practice finished. Track temperature is still pretty high. Look, 40 degrees. Alonso will retire at the end of the season. Maybe. I think he's desperate to try and still get one more win. I think if there's no light at the end of the tunnel this season, maybe. If the car improves, and that's the thing. We don't actually know how good that Aston is. All we know is how bad the engine is. It could. I don't think it will be, but it could be a McLaren situation where they were convinced they had the best chassis on the grid, and were being completely ruined by Honda. And then they got rid of Honda and they brought Renault in, and it turned out they did not have a great chassis. They actually had pretty much a pig's ear of a chassis. And then eventually they started putting things right, but. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I think if there is big signs of improvement, I think Alonso will be around next season. If there aren't, might be time for him to call time on his career.
Welcome to qualifying. Let's find out if all that practice will pay off for the drivers.
Qualifying means everything around Monaco, with little chance of overtaking in the race. Getting as far up the grid as possible and keeping the car intact is every driver's goal on this unforgiving circuit.
So as we head into this qualifying session, Karun, how do you think Lando's going to be feeling?
There's a huge gulf in quality between them and their teammate right now. There's no way that they're not feeling the pressure of that.
Good point, Karun. Let's get on with qualifying.
Okay, qualifying it is. We are ready to go straight in. We potentially got wet weather. Let's see if we do get rain or not.
Green light.
Yes, we are going to have rain. Right towards the end of the session. Let's get out early. Look, everyone wants to get out early. I think our weather radar might be slightly wrong as well, because it's suggesting that the rain's going to start in about 5 minutes.
brake warming reminder.
Right, so Norris is second in the queue, I think. No, third in the queue, behind Ollie Bearman and George Russell. And it's amazing how much this circuit has changed.
It will be
If you go back and look at some of the historical footage, they've really changed the profile of the Rascas. The swimming pool is so much more open than it used to be. Go back and watch an old 1990s Monaco and see just how much some of the corner profiles have changed. The track was so much more claustrophobic back then than some of these corners.
Go, go, go.
And one thing you'll notice as well is that bump down on the run to Mirabeau seems to become more pronounced. Cars never really used to go around it. They used to just go over it back in the day. But now, because everyone swings out and then lines back up again, instead of going straight down, it pretty much eliminates any overtakes into Mirabeau. This chicane's changed as well. Evening, Adrian. Right, Max is quickest in the first sector. That's encouraging. Norris quickest in the middle for now. He's up to P2. Up to second. We know how quick that Aston and that Audi are on paper, as is evidenced by the fact that they are second, third, fifth, and sixth. No, they were. Max goes top. Wow, he did a purple lap, purple everywhere.
Okay,
come on, Max.
Okay.
So really good first run for Max. Sits top of the pile. Norris a full second off the pace. But we know his stats are very heavily reduced because of his sponsor obligations at the moment.
And we need speed limiter on, and stop in front of the garage.
Light spitting has started.
And here comes that little bit of rain. Earlier than we were told on the radar. Actually, maybe not. It's very, very gradual, and then it will ease off potentially at the very end of the session again. I think if we get out quickly enough, we can get another run in before the track starts to deteriorate. I don't think we need to go again yet with Max, but we do need to go again with Norris. By going so early, though, we do potentially open ourselves up to traffic. We are getting some water on the track. So an improvement might be tricky.
And we need you to
so let's have a quicker out lap. Get the heat into those tyres.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
We've got both of the HiTechs coming out. Who's in front of who? Lindblad's in front of Schumacher, and we've also got Freddie Vesti coming back out. And Lawson as well.
Confirm.
Right, can we improve? Tires are still nowhere near up to temperature. We have got an improvement in the first sector. Track now up to 0.1 mil. Through to back for the middle sector. That's an improvement as well. Through Anthony Noakes. Up to the line. Tyres now finally where they need to be, and that is definitely an improvement of 0.3. Not as much as I would have liked, but
Yeah,
it's something.
Charge button on, please.
Yeah, confirm.
Right, Schumacher's not improving at all. Lindblad had a small improvement in the finals, in the middle sector. Lawson's not improving yet. Vesti improved in the middle. Lindblad does improve up to 10th. He would have gone ahead of Norris had we not gone out. Let's see, Schumacher's not going to improve. Doesn't. See what about Vesti. Vesti improves to P15. Lawson's not improving. And yeah, no one's going to improve with a track like this now, I don't think. Or not significantly anyway. So now we have to wait for the track to dry up again. And we're not going to send Max out again. We don't need to.
Speed limiter on.
He's more than comfortable at the top. So we might not need to send Norris out again, but we probably should. Just in case. Question is, do I put new tyres on, or do I keep faith with those ones? I'm going to keep faith with those ones, and just trust that, you know, dry conditions will maybe, and clean air will maybe give him a better run.
So no rain expected.
Yeah.
Track is still getting worse. Vesti cuts the swimming pool.
Oh no! Why'd they go? Really, they must be careful.
Hasn't damaged his underfloor though, so he's fine. And because nobody's going to come out for a little while, we're actually going to speed time up, which we don't normally do in qualifying. Evening, Iber. Right, Lindblad's gone back out. Track is starting to improve. 4 minutes left in the session. Sun's back out again. It's a little early to go. Does mean it's going to be very busy on track at the very end of the session. And we've got Vesti and Colapinto leaving the pits. Now Sainz as well. All the mods I use are in the video description. Some of them are Patreon only, some of them are from Overtake, and the ones on Overtake are all linked. Right, Russell and Piastri also hitting the track now. And we're seeing more activity now, so that's one of the Audis. Both of the Audis. One of the Toyotas. Second Maserati, one of the Mercedes, both Astons. Yeah, here we go. The whole grid's piling out now. So we've avoided the worst cluster of traffic. We still might get traffic on our lap. As long as not too many people improve, Norris will be safe. But there is definitely room for a lot of improvement from a lot of cars.
Track is clear. There will be mode push for last corner. Mode push.
Here we go. Up into Massenet. The right-hander of Casino. Around the bump into Mirabeau. It's a small improvement in the first sector. Got our first bit of traffic ahead of us.
I got blocked.
And that's Freddie Vesti.
We've seen it.
He'll pull over as we go through the tunnel. Into the Nouvelle chicane. Back and second split, that's an improvement as well into the swimming pool. And then La Rascasse, we're down to 12th. I think we're going to be safe. Out of Anthony Noakes up towards the line. Can we get any kind of improvement here? Tiny little bit of time found, about what, 200ths of a second. But Porsche is done, so we're safe. We're going to say goodbye to Freddie Vesti, Pierre Gasly, Pato O'Ward, Ollie Bearman, Teo Porsche and Mick Schumacher at the end of Q1. Norris and Max both through to Q2. Evening, Sir Ardub. Which mod creators did I get the mods from? From Patreon, they're listed. Those that I got from Mr. Only, and those that I'm running that are from Little Onion. Right, we are going to start Q2 with 2 mil of water on the track. So enters at the start. We got wrong on the guess. Damn it. Never mind. It'll still be as prepped as you can be. Right, let's pause and take a look at what the weather's actually going to do. Is it going to get better or worse? It's going to get worse. So this could be the all-important lap right at the start of the session here.
Green light.
A little bit of clean air between our two drivers. Let's see if everyone else starts to pile out shortly after us. Not yet, which means they're probably going to pop out as we're coming through. Joy.
Confirm. Reminder for brake temperature.
Okay.
Please let me get through before they start to come out.
So you're in a good position.
Damn it, there's Felipe.
And track is clear, track clear. Mode push for last corner.
I figured it was still 0-0, seeing as you've not said anything, Farrett.
Track will be clear.
All right, at least he's going to be
Okay,
clear
you're
of
good
this
to go.
bit by the time we get to him. So that's okay. Norris won't have anyone else to deal with, and neither will Max. And Max might not even actually catch Doohan. No, not Doohan, sorry, Drukovic. So 19.8, Max does a 19.7. Actually, I think neither of them are going to catch Drukovic. I think he's going to get round and start pushing before we get to him. Bortoletto leaving the pits, 33.5 for Norris. Max 4/10 quicker in that middle sector. Max is a real threat for pole position today, based on Q1 anyway. So it's a 113.9 for Lando.
And reminder, stay negative on the dash.
It's a 113.3 for Max.
Stay negative on the delta.
And Felipe will have a Williams to get through. Gets out of his way quickly and easily. That Audi is definitely a quick car at the moment. Is it quick enough to beat Max? Not quite. In fact, no, actually, barely beat Norris. So that's probably the difference in driver skill
Slippery
that
pit
we're
lane,
seeing
be
there.
careful.
6.5 tenths.
Yeah, confirm.
Track's starting to get a little crowded now in certain places.
Box area is very slippery.
Okay.
Right, who's just started pushing? Colapinto and Bortoletto. 19.7 for Bortoletto. He's got 2 cars in the way. We should probably get straight back out before the track gets too much worse. See if we can get an improvement. Ooh, track just got slightly better. That wasn't on the forecast.
Watch for traffic. Try to work on the front tires.
Confirm.
Right, Kimi's looking pretty good. This is going to go top. Ooh, excuse me. Colapinto up into 4th place. We've got a yellow flag on track. It's a red flag.
So watch out for the next car.
It's Bortoletto. He set his
Get
time.
everything as you want it to be.
And Antonelli just got across the line before the session was
So
stopped.
this is what happened. It was the Williams driver we see there.
I think he might have done. Yeah,
Ooh,
just
the car with a nasty
understeering
crash
through
into the
Massenet into the
and
barrier.
Even if they do make it to the race okay, they've clearly got a challenge on.
And track's going to be worse now, I think.
As for the team back in the garage, that was a tough moment to watch.
Let's see what happens to the water level. 209. It's not that much worse. Moderate rain 3 minutes after the restart. Oh, it's definitely going to get worse now. Yeah, look at that uptick that we're predicting. And Antonelli comes out. He did set that time, look. He did register his time. Drukovic and Colapinto are there as well. And
Yeah,
there's only 6 cars that have actually set a time so far then.
Let's get plenty of brake temperature, if you can, please.
Yeah.
Whole field is pretty much out on track now. Just Bortoletto, who for obvious reasons cannot take any further part. And we've got enough of a gap that, again, I think we'll be all right. I don't know if we'll actually catch anybody.
And track is clear, track clear.
Maybe
Charge button off for last corner.
doing. No, not doing, so maybe Drukovic.
You're
No,
good
not
to go.
Drukovic. Who is it? It's the Ferrari, isn't it? It's Sainz. Yeah, Sainz is the lowest placed car out of that group. So maybe we'll catch him, but I don't think we will. I'm going to trust that Max is going to be fine, so let's focus in on Lando. Down towards Mirabeau for the first split. No improvement. Oh, 2-0 up. Very nice. Oh, Salah scored. Time. Max has slightly improved in the opening sector. improvement in the middle sector for Norris. Not for Max, but he was still quick anyway. It's going to be nip-and-tuck between him and Kimi over pole, or top time for Q2, it would seem. And Norris does find a 10th.
So you are P4.
Currently P1.
Max doesn't improve. Antonelli finds a little bit of time, but he's still second. That's really encouraging that Max might be able to get pole position today. Yeah, I figured you weren't literally sleeping, Farah. Derelict in your duties, I suppose, would be the way to phrase it. We are getting bumped a little bit further down the order. There's still a lot of cars to cross the line yet as well. Here comes Oscar, who had a miserable afternoon yesterday. Let's see if he's any better today. Lindblad's slower than Norris, that's good. Oscar's quicker. Hadjar's slower, Lawson's slower. Doohan's slower. Sainz is quicker. So Norris is in P9. There will be time for another run, but what's going to happen to the track condition? It suggests here it's going to get worse, but will it actually?
Slippery track.
No point sending Max back out. It's just going to be
Confirm.
another car on the track that's in the way, potentially.
I'm in.
Box there is very slippery.
So let's get Norris out quickly. See if we can find just a little bit more time on this run. Just get him edging towards safety a bit more. Antonelli's heading out. And so is Russell, and we are going to get caught in some traffic. So I'm going to actually abort this run and send him straight out again. Otherwise, we're just going to get caught up and we're not going to improve.
Box, land of pit lane.
Be careful, slippery and pit wall.
Yeah, confirm.
Okie. Last chance to improve Norris's chances of getting through.
You need to learn the
It's
gears.
still at 2.09. Doesn't look like we're going to get any weather change now. So this is it. A little bit of pressure from behind, but nothing too serious. I will take manual control a little early just to try and pull away. We'll do that from the chicane so we don't get too close to the back of Sonoda. No, Lawson. There we go, that just opens up the gap to Hadjar behind us.
And you can use all the boost bar.
And let's go for it. So we're not really looking at the cars in front of us too much. We're looking more at the cars behind us. And Lindblad has found a small improvement. It's not the best middle first sector for Norris, but he's still in the conversation. We need a good middle sector here. Tyres are up to temperature. If we're not doing a 33.3, we're potentially in trouble here. We might be in trouble. We're bumped down to 10th. This Lindblad's gone up for P5. Norris might be out. Lawson bumped us. Can we get back in? It needs to be a mighty final sector. And it's not. Norris is out. We'll keep going, but I don't think we've got enough fuel to complete this run. Drogovic improves, so we're down to 12th. Hadjar's done, Doohan's done, Colapinto and Albon are both done as well. So, yeah, it's 20.0. That's not good enough for Norris. It's 0.2 slower than his previous run. Out of battery now. The middle sector's not good enough either, by a long way. Let's call him in. So Norris is out in 12th. Max tops the timings. Oh, shit. I cancelled the call in. Shit. Alright. There we go. So Norris is out. But Max has topped the timings for both Q1 and Q2. So there's a very real chance that we could actually get a qualifying on pole position tonight. Let's keep our fingers crossed and see what happens in Q3. This could be Max's time to shine. Track is at 0.8 mil. That is right on that switchover point between inters and slicks. So if the track starts to dry, just a touch, slicks will be the right choice. If it gets just a tiny bit wetter, inters is the choice. We're going to have to pause as soon as we get into the session and see. Let's see what tyres Max wants. He wants inters. We'll give him those ones. And let's head into the session and see what's going to happen with the weather. Oh, it's going to stay like that. Oh, it's just... I'm very tempted to gamble onto slicks here. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go slicks.
Green light.
And we're not the only ones to do that. Leclerc is doing that as well. So is Antonelli. So slicks was the right call. But it's in these conditions where it's just fractionally too wet, really, for slicks, that Max absolutely shines with that 98 intermediate adaptability rating. So we could theoretically absolutely blow the competition out of the water here. There's only 9 cars taking part because Bortoletto made it through, but obviously crashed out in the previous session. So no sign of him in this session. Everyone's coming out. It should tell you start time on BBC Sport.
So you're in a
Farah,
good position
for a quick check. Everyone's on track as well, so there's no traffic for Max. This is just him and machine, hopefully working in perfect harmony. Hopefully absolutely demolishing the competition.
is currently good. Good to go.
Come on, Max. Do me proud. First sector time is an 18.6. He's 0.3 up on Charles Leclerc. It's half a second quicker than Antonelli. .31.6 in the middle. Let's see what Leclerc does. 31.9. Oh, we are absolutely demolishing everybody here. Max does a 109.5.
Only P1.
We're going to be so fast compared to everyone else. Leclerc is almost a full second slower. Russell goes up to second. He's 9/10 away. Antonelli is a second and a half almost away. Lindblad's over a second and a half. What can Oscar do? It'll be Tsunoda and Djokovic next. Tsunoda is 6th. Djokovic goes 7th. Piastri goes 2nd. He's 6/10 away. Sainz is only good enough for 8th. Evening, Gina. You have just missed. It's not really lap of the gods, but it's not far off. Max absolutely demolishing the field on that first run. And the track is going to get worse. Yeah, just replay the last couple of minutes, beginning of Q3.
Yeah, I'm in.
So limiter should be on now. So stopping on the marks.
Let's see if we can improve on that. Oh, no. Track's just got worse. That's it. It's gone. There we go. That's Q3 done. I think pole is pretty much guaranteed here. We'll keep an eye on Kimi and Charles as they go back out, but the track is definitely into conditions now. Are they on into tyres? Yes, they are. So that's it. That's it. We're done. We have pole position. a comfortable pole position. The rain clouds aligned perfectly to give us that window, that very small window of opportunity for Max to show why he is Max Verstappen. And he absolutely blitzed the field in conditions that were on a knife edge. Only Hamilton would really have been able to compete. And he's not racing this year. A little cut of the corner there for Antonelli at the start of the build-up for his lap. We don't need to see the replay, we just watched him do it. Track now 0.9 mil. So let's quickly reaffirm those sector times. 18.5, 31.5 and 19.4. .3, not even close. In fact, if we round up, it was 18.6, but not even close. Leclerc is 0.2 quicker and he's still half a second away. Just in the opening sector. .31.6 in the middle. Track is still getting worse. Nobody's improving anywhere. He's down 0.8 of a second in the middle sector. Tsunoda's found a slight improvement, but I think that's just because he had a really bad run. Same for Drugovich. And then it was a 19.4 across the line. 20.1. Max absolutely flying on that lap. No one's going to get close. Let's see what Yuki can do. If he can maybe sneak himself past Lindblad. I don't think he can. He'll get closer though. Drugovich, if he's lucky, might jump Sainz. It's now fully damp. The DRS is turned off. Drugovich found a little bit of time, but it wasn't enough to get past Sainz. That's it. Session is done. It is Max on pole ahead of Oscar Piastri, then George Russell and Charles Leclerc on row 2. Row 3 is Kimi Antonelli and Arvid Lindblad. Row 4, Yuki Tsunoda and Carlos Sainz. Row 5, Felipe Drugovich and Bortoleto, who will have to start on the pits, from the pits in the pit lane with that damage, no doubt. Well, it depends if he's damaged the engine. And is that our first natural pole position in a Grand Prix? I think we've had a sprint pole before, but that might be our first actual pole ever with Cadillac that we actually got on pure pace. Fantastic stuff. So, Lawson, depending on if Bortoleto has to start from the pits, will get bumped up to 10th. Lando will get bumped up to 11th. There's no penalties listed for anybody. But let's check the amended grid.
The streets of Monte Carlo are ready as the drivers now prepare for 78 laps around this historic track.
Monaco can hand out unpredictable results, just like in 1982, when 4 race leaders hit trouble. Riccardo Patrese eventually claimed the win after managing to restart his stalled car by himself with a downhill bump start.
Monaco is famous for its many narrow twists and corners. From the brake-heavy La Rascasse to the treacherous Saint Avold, there are no proper straights to speak of, and it's extremely hard to overtake here. It sounds like simple advice, but getting up as high on that starting grid as possible is the best plan of attack. The time has almost come for our drivers to fight it out wheel to wheel. Race day has arrived.
And it's going to be a dry start to the race as well. We know we've got heavy rain forecast at some point. We just don't know when yet it's going to hit. We'll find out very, very soon. Let's check that grid first of all, though. So it is a pit lane start then for Bortoletto. There he is. So that puts Lawson up to 10th, Lando up to 11th place. We will be fighting off the line against Oscar. How long is it going to stay dry? Not long by the look of it. 10, 12 laps. I think we're probably looking lap 15. And then may not need the wets until the very end. I don't know. We'll have to wing it for the wet tyres. But grip is certainly not going to be an issue. We can absolutely mullet Max's tyres. Lando thinks lap 17. Still think around lap 15. I'm going to take 2 laps of fuel out, because we're going to make that fuel back very easily. In fact, I'm actually going to take more than that. I'm going to take 4 laps of fuel out. Screw it. Let's go 5 laps. Because I do think we'll get a safety car at some point. So, 5 laps out. There we go. Full attack. This could be a glorious afternoon. Max will be able to control the pace at the front. And hopefully we can get Norris into the points as well. Right, strategies, tyres, etc., fuel loads all set and ready. The start of the Monaco Grand Prix is next.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. And for Lando Norris, this is another chance to see what he can do in this car.
A big milestone for them today as they make their 200th F1 start. A great accomplishment.
And it'll be exciting to see just what will happen here today. It's time for one of the most exciting races in the world. This is the Monaco Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Off we go. You're not buzzing, Farah. Oh, we got a yellow flag already. We've got damage to Colapinto.
Now this was at turn 1. Dangerously close to each other.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's quite an
Oh,
impact
then
between
contact
them.
there as well.
It's a big one. Just watch for debris on the track.
Thank you, Farah. Yeah, we had that last night as well, but you weren't here. So, End of lap 1. Max leads by about a second or so from Oscar, George, Antonelli, Leclerc, Lindblad, Sonoda, Sainz, Strogovic, Lawson. That's the top 10. Norris in 11th.
1.3 seconds behind.
Then it's Albon, Colapinto, another yellow flag. Doohan's out.
We should slow down.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Looks like
heading
he's
into
trying
turn
to be heroic into Sandevot, which you should never be.
In a split second,
Oh,
the
he
impact's
didn't even
made.
make Sandevot.
That will have knocked their confidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, that car's fucked.
And look at the team there. They all knew what that moment meant.
VSC, VSC. Stay as close as you can to 0 on the delta.
Okay.
Any words from Jack? No.
Slow down now.
Okay.
So it's just a VSC. No full-on safety car. So we'll save a little bit of fuel, cool the tyres down, try and top the batteries back up,
So there was a crash.
and then we'll just go flat out again.
Everyone alright?
Yes, he seems to be fine. Look out for debris.
Confirm.
Looks like we're looking around about lap 14, 15 for that switchover point.
At the moment, P11. Behind we have Albon. Gap to him 0.9.
Mitchin's get back in the
Energies
way.
are
I want to
good.
get Lawson
Yeah, good.
a couple of places higher before the rain hits. Track temperature 40.1 degrees. There's going to be no risk of our tyres cooling down too much once we get back up to pace. But they are cooling down a little too quick at the moment. Try and keep that temperature in if we can for the restart. It's less of an issue for Max. Definitely more of an issue for Lando.
Okay.
Needs to be right on it the second we go back to green flag running. And there we go.
Virtual safety car ending.
Confirm.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Yeah, confirm.
Let's see if we can catch Lawson napping.
DRS is enabled. Only P1. Piastri behind.
Not there.
Yeah, confirm. Alright.
As close as we can possibly get there.
We are good for the moment.
Yeah, confirm.
So our next best chance will be up the hill into Massenet. He's using his battery. He's too far ahead.
And charge button
Max
on,
now
charge
3
button
seconds
on.
clear.
Yep, confirm.
So it's 1.1 kilos of fuel for a lap, so we are just over 4 laps under fueled at the moment. Once that rain hits, we'll easily make that back. We want to try and keep burning fuel at the moment.
You were the fastest car on track last lap.
Use the energy.
110.1 for
Yeah,
Max.
confirm.
7/10 quicker than
You
Oscar.
need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Okay.
Charge on.
Yeah.
And Lando does not have the pace at the moment.
Confirm.
We don't need to reduce fuel usage at the moment, Gina. We're okay. Once the rain hits, it's going to stay wet for the rest of the race, so we'll easily make that fuel back. We might need to do a tiny bit of fuel saving later, but nothing too substantial. And if we get a safety car, we'll end up very heavily overfueled. Norris gets overtaken at the chicane. So Norris down to 12.
Charge button on. Yeah, confirm.
Max continues to stretch away from Oscar. We've got a 3-second gap to Hadjar behind us. There he is at the bottom of the hill.
Charge button on.
Confirm.
Yeah, I've seen YouTube doing the same. I'm not sure why. I thought OBS was playing up at the very beginning of the stream, but I closed it down and reopened it, and it hasn't disconnected and reconnected since. It's running fine on my tablet.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
Confirm.
Now 4.5 seconds clear of Oscar. It's looking like lap 14 now for the crossover point, which means we're halfway there.
So deployed.
Confirm.
Slipping it back in front of front of Albon.
Yeah, okay. Confirm.
Ah, squeeze your way through. Good lad. There we go.
You're doing a good job.
Here's the replay. Now we're just proceeding through turn 4. Can they squeeze by? And Lando says, well, thank you very much.
Lando goes, mega. So back into P11.
Doing a good job on tyre management.
Tyres a
Continue
little
like this.
hot, but it's okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to keep that pace going. I'm going to just ease them down just a touch, just to let them cool down slightly.
And try to cool down the tyres as much as possible.
Confirm.
But we need to keep the pace up. A, so we don't get passed by Albon again, and B, to try and close up to Lawson and Drukovic. We can just leach a little bit of that heat out. That'll be
Albon behind
ideal.
DRS.
Yeah, confirm.
Well, at least it's a win. Although there are probably, what, still another few minutes left.
So we expect rain in about 10 to 12 minutes time.
Okay.
10 to 12 minutes. I'm expecting it in about 4. If that.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Starting to rebuild Max's battery, even in PR. Now that we're 5.5 seconds clear.
Albon DRS.
We're not going to catch and pass Lawson in time, I don't think, before the pit
2.0.
stops. So let's try and make sure we've got a full battery to really attack the track as soon as we come back out.
And tyre phase update when you can.
They're fine, I think.
We're only a couple of laps away from that rain. It's getting overcast already.
Yeah.
Tyres are ready.
Cool.
Try to stay in front.
Now we're 5 laps under-fueled. Now we'll start to ease the fuel
Go
burden.
back to doing lift and coast now.
Okay.
And we need some lift and coast for tyre
Can I
temps.
just see a spot of rain? Maybe not. It is coming though. And Lawson is slipping back a little bit. There may yet be an opportunity to try and sneak past him.
Okay.
Charge on.
There's the rain.
Yeah.
Just slide the spots in the pit lane.
Yeah, confirm.
Energies are good.
So I'm going to go another lap with Max, but I might possibly
And charge button
box
on.
Norris this lap.
Yeah, all good.
It'll be a very last minute decision. Yeah, we're going to box Max. Lando, sorry.
Box now, box.
Yeah, confirm.
Box this lap for Inters.
Ah,
So boxing this lap.
shit. Wrong button.
Okay.
2 second stop, that's not bad.
And track will be clear.
That's what I meant to do. I meant to switch to this back to this camera view. So we didn't
At the
gain
moment,
any positions
11.
under the stop, but we didn't lose any either. And Max is dancing
Behind we
around the
have
track, and
Albon.
he's going to be just perfect, condition-wise, to box this lap. We're going to be comfortably ahead of Oscar.
Okay.
Box area is very slippery.
Okay.
Two-second stop.
You're in clear air.
There's Oscar just coming to Rascas now. Sixteenth quickest stop. Yeah, not quick at all for either driver today.
Only P1. Car behind is
And-
Russell.
Russell couldn't quite jump Oscar. That was close, but we've got a 7-second lead over Oscar at the moment. His tyres are fired up, ours are not yet, but they're not far off. I'm not going to absolutely
Tyre
hammer these
temperatures
tyres because I
are
don't know
good.
whether or not... Actually, no.
Yeah,
We're
confirm.
going to probably need to stop again anyway. Maybe not. I don't want to hammer the tyres because I don't know whether or not we're going to try and tough out the weather and just stay on these inters. If it gets above 4 mil for anything more than a couple of laps, we will have to box because we will start losing a lot of time. Even Max will not be immune to those conditions. So we'll just keep it comfy for the next couple of laps, and then we'll start
Let's have a look at
to
that.
push Norris a bit. Just cutting the chicane.
Oh, and they need to be watching those track limits. Perhaps a little...
Didn't damage his underfloor this time. And 59. It's not too bad. Max is up to temperature now. And we've already, just by lifting off, the last lap or two, we've already saved, 200 grams of fuel.
Mode push.
Yeah.
And more energy available.
Okay.
Let's start to move Norris up a little bit.
no lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Okay.
I think we're a little too far back on this lap. Yeah, we are. But we'll keep the pressure on just in case we can get him coming out of the tunnel into the chicane. Just again, a little bit too far back. Got enough battery to attack on one more go around the circuit.
Cool.
And then we'll have to ease things down again. But I think if we can get past Lawson and then get past Drugovic, our pace will be a little bit higher than Drugovic's. This is our best opportunity here, up the hill into Massenet, sorry.
Confirm.
And we're just not close enough, so let's ease down.
Yeah, confirm.
Do we need to save tires in high speed?
Confirm.
Lawson has actually been slightly closing up on Felipe. Max, meanwhile, stretching his gap, is 9 seconds clear now.
Charge on.
Okay.
Oscar having to defend from George, who also has Kimi in attendance. So this is looking really good for Max. The win is very much on the cards tonight. I don't know whether points are on offer for Norris. Like I said, overtaking around here is difficult at the best of times, but in wet weather conditions, it's going to be nigh on impossible to get consistent overtakes on cars that are quick. He's going to ease down a little bit. I don't know if that's going to be low enough for DRS. It might be. Might be low enough for DRS. In which case, we will absolutely have to be on Lawson's backside, ready for that. What lap are we looking at? Lap 25. So we've got a few laps yet to get that battery refilled.
Charge button on.
Confirm.
You can push.
There we go, track just starting to dry up a touch. We are further behind than I would like, actually. Maybe the better thing would be for Lawson to get past Drugovic and then allow us to have a crack at Felipe, who definitely, I think, is weaker in the wet conditions. It's just such a shame that Norris's stats are so heavily impacted this weekend by sponsor obligations. Because we could maybe have done something really good with him today as well. We wouldn't have had a 1-2, but he would certainly have been a little higher up the order, I think. Maybe top 6. Take a gamble. Hope that Albon isn't going to push past me. Piastri has closed the gap to Max just a little bit. Gap's now 7.7 seconds. Still comfortable. Track continuing to dry up.
So we need to push for these laps.
Confirm.
Right, lap 22, running order is Max, 8 seconds clear of Piastri, then Russell, Antonelli, Leclerc, Lindblad, Tsunoda, Sainz, Drugovich and Lawson for the top 10. Norris in 11th is nearly 4 seconds behind. Needing to start closing up now. Albon in 12th, then Hadjar, Vesti, Gasly, Bearman in 16th, 17th for O'Ward, 18th for Porsche. Bortoletto, Schumacher and Colapinto bringing up the rear. Colapinto lagging behind a bit with a little bit of damage to his car, and Doohan is out. Colapinto had a little clip of the barrier on the first lap, and Doohan plowed into the barrier just a lap or two later. There we go, we're starting to break away from Albon, so that should speed Norris up just by dint of not having to worry about defending in the braking zones. We've got an issue for Lawson. Ooh, that'll help.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely
Minor engine problem developing. Might be temporary, might be permanent. Track's still getting dry, down to 1.7 mil. .116.4 for Lawson. 116.2 for Norris. Couple of tenths on that lap, having matched him the lap before. Freddie cutting the swimming pool chicane.
Let's follow the drivers then through turn 16. And nearly, just running wide. And you really can't do that too often with these cars.
That's down to 3.2, 3.1 seconds. We're 2 seconds clear of Albon now. Tyres getting a little hot, but we need to keep the pace up. It took half a second out of Lawson on that lap. Track still drying. Still might potentially get a little drier, but I don't think we are going to get DRS by the look of it. I think it might have actually stopped cooling down, stopped drying up a bit. So I'm going to cool the tyres down a touch.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Max has got his gap back up to about 9 seconds again.
Confirm.
Looking very comfortable at the front. Oscar and George still very close. Antonelli still keeping a watching brief, and Leclerc has pushed up a little bit, so he's almost on the back of that group as well. Now there he is. Yeah, it looks like we've plateaued on that water level. All right, back to Norris. Now 2.4 seconds ahead of Albon. Under 3 seconds to Lawson. Still just nibbling away in little bits. We've got some spare battery, so let's use it now before that fault potentially clears. See if we can use it to our advantage. Look at the gap already between Max and Lando. It's almost half a lap already. What is that gap in time, in terms of time? 27 seconds. That's a lot. We're down to less than 4 laps underfueled. Slightly over for Lando. And we've got heavier rain to come, which means we'll recover that fuel even faster. Inside 2 seconds now.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Don't want to burn up all the battery before we get there, so let's see if we can continue to close up now that we are just over a second behind. And then sparingly use what we've got left to attack. We're only going to get one attempt with our battery as it is right now. 1.27. Oh, track is getting drier. Close, but we're not quite close enough. Just kind of hit that dirty air brick wall, haven't we?
Off needed. You are doing a good job.
Let's just try burning some extra fuel. We can always put Norris into some fuel saving to recover the extra that we're spending now, but we need to get him into the top 10. So if we can't get points here today, it'll be a real disappointment with Norris, even with his stats reduced. Yeah, here comes the rain again. Sound like Annie Lennox. There we go. Gap is about a second. The tyres are now starting to really suffer.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Confirm.
This is probably going to be our best opportunity for a while. Not this lap.
Confirm.
And charge button on.
Yeah, confirm. Yeah, confirm. Yeah, confirm.
Come on, Norris.
Use the energy.
This will be our last effort.
Confirm.
At the moment, P11. Behind we have Albon.
No, not close enough. Damn it.
Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
And we need lift and coast.
Cool.
So we're a little bit stuck. This is what I was worried about. No, Felipe's got an issue as well. Again, why have I clicked it? He's not going to tell us.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
So now Lawson is going to, no doubt, just start to just edge away from us again while we are rebuilding the car for another run. Let's see if we can see when the big weather is coming. I don't know if we are going to actually need to go on to full wets. Not according to this. Not yet, anyway. We'll check again in a couple of minutes when the next block of updates comes in. And already you can see we're over a second behind again. Max has lapped cars already.
Okay. Yeah, confirm.
Max has lapped Schumacher and Bortoletto. No, Schumacher and
running on
Colapinto.
one car, yeah.
Bortoletto and Porsche are next. Yeah, let's keep that one quiet, Farah. Let's see if he actually is awake enough to recognize, to realise. Yeah, based on tyre wear, I think we're probably going to the end on these tyres. Can't see anyone making a stop.
mode to push.
Yeah.
Max now 3.5 kilos under fuel. Gap to Lawson's back to over 2 seconds again.
And we need to increase pushing status.
Frustrating.
Confirm.
The potential for extra pace is there with Norris, but we're just not able to get clear of Norris, clear of Lawson or Drugovich to be able to use it. I do think we are definitely quicker than Lawson.
Yep.
Not sure about Drugovich. Looking very comfortable with Max. 10.5 seconds clear of everybody. Let's get another weather update. Still not suggesting anything that's going to say definite need for wet tyres in this block anyway. You can see the grip level will drop down a bit, and we've got that little block of heavy rain, but it's not corresponding with full wet conditions. Which to me suggests if it does go full wet, it'll only be very briefly and not enough to justify boxing for wet tyres.
Yeah, confirm.
Albon has started picking his pace right back up again. He's flying up to the back of us. Maybe he thinks we're vulnerable.
And push.
Right, so Oscar leads by 2.5 seconds from George in the fight for second place. Antonelli's right there.
Yeah, it's a lot more than level 2 here.
So Oscar has managed to pull away from the cars behind him, get himself some breathing room. Leclerc just keeping a watching brief, he's 2.5 behind. But these guys are about to hit some traffic. We've got Colapinto and Schumacher just in front of Oscar. Max's pace has dipped as the rain gets heavier. Albon's all over Norris again. Let's turn on the battle assist, help him defend. And there's the traffic. So you can see Mick has been passed by Oscar. Bortoletto hasn't yet. Mick gets out of the way. Oscar's through past Bortoletto. still hasn't pulled over for Charles Leclerc, but he will do in the tunnel. Bortoletto should pull over for these two in the tunnel as well. Not the smoothest pass there for Antonelli. And Leclerc has nipped straight through. No, he hasn't. That's Leclerc. Colapinto's still ahead of him. Colapinto gets out of the way for Charles Leclerc. So it hasn't really helped anybody, that bit of traffic there. Norris is still behind Lawson, still ahead just of Albon. Are we actually closing Lawson down? We were a couple of tenths quicker on the previous lap. And we were 4 tenths slower this lap. Again, under a lot of pressure from Albon. Weather update. Here we go. We are going to see wet weather tyres.
Mode push.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye on it. We might not react with Max. We might tough it. But I think a gamble with Norris might be necessary. Well, gamble either way. Again, that's 3 blocks potentially now on wet tyres. That, to me, says we need to make that stop. Because otherwise we're going to be very slow. And Drogovic is in already. It's a little early. Lawson's in as well. So we've got a real opportunity here. We're going to sprint.
So deployed.
Confirm.
And probably box on the next lap.
No lift off needed.
Full wets on for both cars. You can see the rain really lashing down now. But it's a little too early for the wets yet. Inters are still quicker. Oh, and they get lapped. No, wait, that's Freddie Vesti. I thought that was George for a minute then. I was going to say. Yeah, they've lost position to, or Lawson's lost position to Freddie Vesti. He's got Gasly right behind him as well. Drogovic at least managed to get ahead of Vesti. Russell is in. Boxing this lap.
And box now.
Happy to box.
Boxing this lap.
Box.
All right, we're in. Albon has stayed out. Nice stop, 1.86. That's a very good stop.
And what's a wide line on exit?
There goes Felipe Drogovic. There's Vesti. And there is Lawson. Can we get ahead of Lawson? Yes, we have got ahead of Lawson. So we're up to 10th on paper.
Now this is where the RB driver's involved.
The clattering of the curb there through the swimming pool.
Fighting with the...
And that was only the 6th quickest stop. Really? Wow. Okay. That was a surprise. Max does a 2.0 stop. Oscar has stayed out.
and some lift off.
That's
if you
Porsche
can.
behind us. To say that's way too close for Antonelli. There's Antonelli.
Yeah, confirm.
We couldn't quite get in front of Antonelli, but we stayed ahead of Leclerc, and that is definitely going to be good news for us.
Leclerc is behind you. He's 2.2
We're now into
seconds
full wet
behind.
conditions. Is Vesti going to box?
Let's get after these cars in
No,
front.
he's not. So let's try and punch past him.
And more energy available.
Confirm.
We've got a really good chance of getting him into Massenet here, simply because of the grip level now.
Confirm.
Ah, couldn't quite squeeze through. Not enough of a gap.
Yeah, confirm.
Maybe the chicane at the swimming pool.
Charge on.
Confirm.
Leclerc has stopped.
Not as wet as I would have liked, but it's still getting a little bit wetter.
DRS.
Yeah, confirm. Confirm.
Leclerc's into the pits.
Confirm.
No way past Vesti.
Yeah, confirm.
Not yet.
Overtaking is very difficult.
Continue like this.
Mode push.
Okay.
And charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Vesti stays out.
No more lift and coast.
Okay.
And we need charge button on. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
And just a reminder on DRS.
Okay.
This time.
Confirm.
There we go.
Confirm.
And charge button on. Charge button
Right.
on.
We've got to get Max through now.
Increase lift and coast.
Yeah, confirm.
Keep battling away. Cool the car as much as you
No,
can.
no. Who's that in the coming out the pits in front of us?
Yeah.
Cool the car.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, no, no. Max got hit.
Yeah.
Antonelli hit me. We didn't get in the barrier. We are going again. We're
And
still ahead of
yes,
Antonelli.
Yes, we have. We've had a crash. What happened there?
Yeah, we got through. And then Antonelli just clipped our back wheel, but we kept it out the barrier, which is the important thing.
I got hit quite badly.
Oh, shut up, Antonelli, you lying tart.
Charge on.
Right, Porsche gets out of the way.
Yeah, fine.
We are 7.5 seconds behind Piastri, but he has stayed out. And this wet weather's only going to last for a certain amount of time. Why did we get the penalty? Game is transpiring to take this win away from us. No, I don't like that. That is some grade A bullshit right there. Oh, I am angry. I am angry.
charge button on, charge on.
Yeah, confirm.
We are closing in quickly. Vesti's into the pits, finally. Left it a little bit late there. Piastri is trying to get past Bearman, but Bearman's on wet tyres and he's struggling. Is Oscar going to box? We're now just 3 seconds behind him. We're ripping into him very quickly here. He stays out. At least we don't have damage on the car. Look how quickly we are hunting him down. The track is getting worse. We need to be getting in front and quickly. Norris is storming up to the back of Isaac Hadjar as well.
All right, let's concentrate.
Okay, ramper mode push.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Ah, come on, come on. I need this move.
Next car, Piastri. Just do your best. Mode push.
There we go. Smooth as you like. Colapinto cuts the chicane
Let's take a look
again.
at the replay. That's... oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted.
Going to break his underfloor at some point if he's not careful. Yuki's into the pits.
Confirm.
We have to get through here.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Confirm. Confirm.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Yeah, confirm.
There we go. Nice and smooth.
Yeah, okay.
Charge on.
Confirm.
So Max has the lead by
Charge
over 3 seconds.
Let's take a closer look. Now the focus is on Lando Norris here. There's the opening.
And we're pushing the fuel because we need to take advantage of these conditions as much as we possibly can, given that we will have to switch back onto inters again. So we need to absolutely maximise our pace while we have a significant advantage over those on inters. Especially for Max, because he's got 5 seconds. He's going to have to sit stationary when he changes tyres again. And that will be coming soon.
Gap to him 2.0.
Race is long.
Right, Albon
Use the energy.
up next.
Next guy in front is Albon. Continue.
There we go.
Keep going.
Best overtaking position on track in this in this variant. Oh, we've got a yellow flag.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, P10.
What has happened
Here we've
and
got
to
a
who?
yellow
Oh,
flag.
Albon's crashed. Oh, he just clipped the inside wall through Casino there.
And
Don't
clearly
think he
there,
actually
not
damaged
what
the
everyone-
car. No, he didn't. He got very lucky there. He just kissed
Crash
the
in
barrier.
main straight on the left, crash in the main straight. A lot of debris.
Charge button on.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
All right, gap to Max and Piastri's 8 seconds now. 3 seconds if you take the penalty into account. Track is still getting a little bit wetter, but it's going to start to dry up very soon. Drogovic's car is getting worse. See, we're doing 3.5 seconds of a lap on Oscar at the moment, and as the track continues to get that little bit wetter, that will potentially get even bigger, the per lap gap. Russell gets past Antonelli. Just so much more grip on those wets. But again, he's now effectively a pit stop, just under a pit stop behind Antonelli. About 18 seconds or so for a pit stop around this circuit. We need about 23, 24 seconds with Max because of that penalty if we want to get out in front of Oscar. Leclerc gets past Antonelli now. Pulled out 4.5 seconds on Oscar on that last lap. Let's see what we do on this lap. Truck is still getting slightly worse. Oh, we got a yellow flag. Oh, Leclerc's crashed. It's a safety car. And that has worked out quite nicely for Max. He should. Actually, he might not. He has to box this lap. Otherwise, he's going to hit that safety car. Track is going to dry up. And then it's going to go wet again. But it's going to dry significantly. The wets will fall apart and be so slow. We have to box. So it's same for Lando. But this is where all of our fuel woes go away.
Quite sure what's happened there.
Oh, so he's crashed at Portier.
Right, let's follow the action now at turn 7. Oh, that'll be a costly crash as the car makes contact with the wall. And they'll have to...
Oh, and then he crashed again. And then block traffic. Oh, this might actually be a red flag.
That was happening.
Red flag would be perfect.
Could do nothing but watch on.
Is it going to go red? Did he block the traffic?
That's not looking
He
good
did.
for Charles Leclerc.
Yes, it's a red flag. That's perfect. There we go. Hits the barrier. And then on the acceleration, loses the back end and hits the next barrier as well.
Ah, yeah, I'm stupid. I switch off everything.
Switch everything off, go home, hop the barrier. Put his feet up on the sofa and watch the rest of the race.
Frustration from the team watching on the monitors.
Red flag.
Here we'll see it again. Watch the back end step out. There. So now we get to change our tyres without actually having to stop.
And not much that the team
But
can do about that one.
how much time are we going to lose under the red flag? Is it going to be close to wet weather tyres again? Oh, now this makes things tricky. It's going to be 2.38. And then rain is still going to be light after that. We have to go inters. Right, quick commercial timeout. And then we'll get back underway in just a second.
Our race here resumes as we get back underway. And it's lights out. And away we go.
As always, we have to change our settings on the restart. Didn't save as much fuel as I thought we would with that, but we've definitely saved some fuel. Let's have a look at one. Ooh, yeah, look at that sharp drop. Wet weather is coming again in about 9 minutes. So this is going to be a very dramatic moment here. We're not as comfortable as we were with Max. And we still got that penalty to serve. Oh, shit. Of course, you can't serve a penalty under a red flag restart.
Okay.
And we've got some who are still on wet tyres.
Yep.
In fact, have they actually deliberately changed to put those on? I don't know.
Continue like
They might
this.
have manually chosen to put those wet tyres on and just eat the lack of pace for these next few laps. But we're going to have so much more grip. We've got a real chance for Norris to jump up a few places here. Gets past Drugovic. Sonoda up next.
Yeah, it's raining really heavily here.
Next guy in front is Tsunoda.
Sonoda's using battery. Damn it.
And charge button on.
Oh, crash behind us. Is this going to be a red flag situation again?
There's a yellow flag now.
Yes, it is. It's another red flag.
Caution for debris.
Now this was the 7th corner. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done to avoid crashing into the barrier. But no matter the severity of the crash,
So that's
it's
two
always
cars
good to
that
see the
completely wrecked
driver
themselves.
emerge
3 cars
unharmed.
are out. 4 with Albon as well, potentially. Lawson, Albon, Drugovich, and Bortoletto. Yeah, those guys are definitely out. Lawson is definitely out, and I think Albon might be out as well. Oh no, Lawson's still going. Is Lawson still going?
Red
He
flag.
is. He's got terminal front wing damage. So, heavy rain. I think now, it's only 40 seconds until the restart. I think now we have to go on to the full wets again. This will make things interesting to see what Oscar does. And we still have that penalty.
We're set once more, and soon we'll continue this race. It's lights out, and away we go.
Next car in front will be Tsunoda.
Piastri stayed on those tyres.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Yeah, good.
We're going to have to go always to pen because Max is going to be able to try and swarm us.
Lifting coast is necessary.
Did we just lose out to Tsunoda?
We're too slow.
Yes, we did.
Race is long.
Avoid letting anyone through.
Oh, we didn't have battery boost on, that's why. Never mind, we'll save it. Yeah, look at
Try
this.
to stay in front.
Oh, this is going to be really bad for Oscar. This is going to be really bad for Oscar for a small period of time, but then he might try and tough it out again. We do need to stop for inters. Or potentially just go straight to dries. It depends how quickly it dries up. So my hope is that Oscar tries to tough it out and that George struggles to get past him. That is my hope. Because then that will open up enough of a gap, hopefully, for us to try and get in, make our pit stop, serve that penalty, and get out in front again. It's wet enough now that we shouldn't get dive bombed by Hadjar. Even timing.
Keep going.
Been playing the game for a week. The lapped bug is infuriating. Cars just pull over. Yeah, it's not really a bug. It's just the way the game is not particularly well coded.
Charge on.
Okay.
All right, so we've got Lando up into 8th place. Hadjar's going to start to drop away soon.
My tires are massively overheating.
Yeah, you'll be fine in a minute, Max. We're about to hit full wet conditions. We've got a chance of maybe moving a little higher with Norris. And it'll be a straight pit fight with the cars in front. Max needs to be blisteringly quick. We need that gap to open up. We need Oscar to keep George held up now that he's on the wrong tyre while we sprint as fast as we can. Because our pit stop will be 5 seconds longer than it needs to be thanks to that penalty. And if we get a bad stop as well, yeesh, yeah, that could be really, really bad. Even the safety clock. This series is dead. There's no support from Frontier anymore. Hasn't been for over a year. But the mods, the modders are keeping the game going. Unfortunately, you need to be on the PC version to get the best out of it. track is getting really wet really quickly. You can see that we've opened up a very nice lead over Oscar. We're going to keep watching Oscar because we need to see how he fights against George. We can take that off now. We were 2 seconds quicker on the last lap. We'll be even quicker this lap.
Another in front, 1.3.
Tell Norris to stop defending as well.
Confirm.
Lawson gets past Hadjar. Evening, Vladimir. You bought the game on sale. On which system? George having a look at the tunnel there. Sooner or later, he is going to find his way through on PS5. You can get good replayability out of the PS5 version if you deliberately set yourself challenges rather than just trying to min-max everything. If you try and just
1.4.
Min-max everything, you will win the game easily. But I mean, if you play it with a realistic kind of view to it, and you don't try and get the absolute best out of every single part, you try and maybe upgrade them a bit more realistically rather than, as I say, min-maxing the sliders. You play the driver market carefully rather than just going for the very best drivers. You can get a long run out of it on console. I mean, I played it on console on 22, 23, 24, and we did many multi-season playthroughs, all of which are on the channel. So right, we're 9 seconds clear of Oscar.
1.0 now.
George is having a look again at the chicane. Oscar is defending like a lion. Thank you, Oscar. So we pulled out 4 seconds over Oscar on that lap. Yeah, if you've got a PS4 as well, you'll get it on the PS4 for free as well, because it's dual purchase. So if you're interested in trophies, then that's 2 platinum trophies effectively for €10. Norris has been caught. Well, we haven't tried pushing forward with him yet. Let's do that now.
So deployed.
Confirm.
See if we can catch Sonoda napping. Ah, no. Russell's through. Shit. Well, actually, it's not horrendous. Russell needs to stop as well. He'll need to go on to Inters. And we've got a 15-second lead, nearly. So, 10-second lead, take the penalty out. So we're okay with that.
1.0 now.
If you want to do Lotus, on my channel is a tutorial on how to actually make the Lotus team badge in all its glory. So be sure to check that out.
Next guy in front is Tsunoda.
Yeah, I think we're basically just going to be stuck in
Charge button on.
Yeah,
stuck in the position here. I don't think we're going to be able to advance until Oscar starts dropping down the order a bit more. And even then, he's probably just going to get us back when we box. Antonelli's through. up into P3. Oscar's struggling to stay with him. I mean, the track is now 5.2 mil, so Oscar's just going to be so slow in these conditions. He's going to be a sitting duck in the braking zones. Still pulling away from George. We took 3 seconds out of him on the previous lap. There we go. 1 second this lap. Now that he's clear of Oscar. But we're still pulling away from him, which is the important thing. How long until we need to switch tyres? Well, the drop-off is coming soon. Very soon. 6 minutes, according to this. The Science dive bombs up the inside of Oscar. It'll be Yuki next, then Norris. And we now have the requisite amount of time that we need to stay ahead of Oscar. We needed about 23, 24 seconds. We have that now.
We need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm actually going to start to rebuild the battery
Charge on.
while we have this significant pace advantage and a nice healthy gap over George Russell. The track is starting to dry up. Oh, the old JPS special. Yeah. There we go. Yuki gets through. Lando's up next. Let's try and get him in the tunnel.
And more energy available.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
It'd be nice to try and pull out a little bit of a lead over Oscar before we have to stop.
Continue like this.
There we go.
Okay.
We are through. But the track is drying up.
Yeah, confirm.
That was Canada, I think, wasn't it? Where he collapsed across the line.
Yeah, okay.
Charge on.
Yeah, confirm.
All right, we're despite charging the battery, we're still pulling out lap time over George. Battery's almost full, so we're going to top-up mode now.
Charge on.
Track getting under 5 mil, so the switch to inters is coming soon. Oscar down to 8th place. He's 35 seconds behind Max now, so we are safe. They weren't all V10, V12s. You had a mix. You had some V8s, V10s, V12s, some turbos, some naturally aspirated. That's Oscar's pace across the line. .124.3, so he's still losing 3.5 to 4 seconds a lap. All right. If it wasn't for that penalty, we'd almost have a pit stop in hand over George here. But we've got more than enough to get in and out ahead of everybody else. Norris is 6.5 seconds clear. It's not enough to stay ahead of Oscar, but every little helps. It's certainly opening up a bit of a gap to well, it was opening a gap to Lawson. Lawson's through now, so Oscar down to 9th place. His pace will start to improve over the next couple of laps, and he will almost certainly be staying out, although those tyres have... Has he changed his tyres? He has, he's put fresh inters on. So they'll be healthy. They won't be great, but they'll be healthy.
Okay.
Healthy enough for the remaining number of laps.
Next car in front, Tsunoda.
Gap to him 2.0.
Race is long.
Tyre temps.
Oh, was it Dallas?
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a race at Canada where he pushed the car across the line to get 6th place, or was that Dallas? He might have not quite made it over the line, but still been classified in 6th. I don't know. Yeah, Canada. I thought there was a Canadian race where he collapsed. Right, so Max is now 18 seconds clear of George. Under normal circumstances, that would be just about enough for a pit stop. Of course, we have that penalty. Track is now almost at inter conditions. We will go one more lap with Max. But I'm going to pit Norris this lap.
So box now, box.
Okay.
Box this lap for Inter.
Charge on.
Confirm.
We'll box this lap, please.
Yeah, box.
Let's see when everyone else decides to hit the pits. It might yet go dry at the very end of the race. So we may see people try and tough it out.
Land the pit lane.
Slippery track, pit exit.
Yeah,
We are gambling here with Norris. It's less of a gamble with Max because he's so far ahead. But that was a bad stop. No! Yeah, it's a gamble with Norris because the guys on wets might not stop and then go straight to slicks. So whether or not we can find the right pace is unknown yet. So we are going to, excuse me, I'm going to focus in on Norris because he's going to need our help to move back up through the order again. Max serving his 5-second penalty.
And it will be 12 laps remaining.
And he's away. That was a 2-second stop. Not quick enough for points, but one of our drivers has a really good stop. Russell and Antonelli will go through. Might beat Lindblad. There he is.
P3 at the moment.
We are safe from Lindblad. Okay, right. Let's move back to Norris.
Gap behind is 2.2 seconds.
Okay.
You hear us?
Yeah, all good.
I think we might have screwed up with Norris here. We probably should have tried to tough it out
At the moment we are
and go straight to slicks.
Confirm.
I don't know. We'll see. Depends how easily we can get past drivers like Porsche. Not very easily at the moment. It will start getting easier now that we're down to about 2.5 mil, or will be by the time we start the next lap. Remember, it's not going to be the straights, it's the corners where we're going to have the advantage because of the tyre compound. So braking zones and acceleration zones are where we're going to be good.
Cool. Confirm. Yeah, confirm.
Like that. No, we got hit!
Alright.
Shit, is this going to be a second time that we've been hit by a Mercedes in that corner?
That's hit me.
Oh, and now we just hit the barrier getting back up to speed.
Everything's fine. I hit the wall.
Shit.
Are you okay?
Major damage. God damn it. We're going to have to box him, but we're going to stay out. For one more lap, and then we're going to put some slicks
just
on.
a reminder on your eyes.
It's too early for that now. One more lap, and we'll do it. Oh, of course, we get the Why?
And start button
Why are
on,
we the ones
start
getting
button
penalised for
on.
that? That's such bullshit. Right, Max has got to
We
get
don't
through.
think we need any lift and coast.
Okay.
Wrong button. There we go.
Mode push, please. Mode push.
Okay.
Cool the
That's
car.
Antonelli. Don't hit me again, Antonelli. You've already hit me once. Thank you. Porsche's in the pits.
Not too bad, huh?
Nice job. Car ahead, he's run.
That was good racing.
That was good racing.
Nice day for fishing, isn't it?
Car in front is Russell. There's progress to be made. Cool the car as much as you can.
Yeah.
Right, Russell, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Only P1.
Box now.
Right, so Max is through.
Box confirmed.
So we are covered off against Oscar. And we are now covered off against anybody who's staying out until it goes
slippery.
slicks.
Speed well.
Yeah, confirmed.
Our pit crew's invisible. I've never seen this before. There we go. That was weird. Oh, God, it's about to get lapped by Max. I mean, he's got significant damage on that car as well. We've got major suspension damage, minor chassis damage.
8 laps
Says
to go
the car
now.
must retire. We're not going to retire it. We're going to keep it going as best we can. If we're very lucky, we might be able to sneak an extra position.
And some blue flags in front of Norris now.
Norris is just going to get blue flagged by everybody here. Wait, what?
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit,
Oh!
otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just...
Russell pulled over because he's on the wrong compound of tyre.
Charge on.
And that let Antonelli steam on through. This is interesting.
And you are doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
Right, we're a pit stop behind Porsche with a very damaged car, but very soon we'll have the right tyres. I don't know if Porsche is going to try and tough it out. Everyone who's currently on wets is going to dive in for slicks. I'm going to do the same with Max because we can. Not yet, but we will. Norris is actually really helping us out here. We've got a pit stop lead now over Antonelli.
Solid blues for Norris in front.
5 laps to go at the end of this one.
We're almost there
And we'll
for
need,
slick
lead
tyres.
off.
And they're all starting to line up behind us. So they would absolutely be breezing past us if they were on inter tyres or if they were on slick tyres, I think. Now this is going to be interesting to see if the wets pull over to let Oscar through. Yes, they are, look. Because they're considered a danger on track on those tyres in these conditions. So Oscar's just gonna, we're helping Oscar out as well. Oscar's just going to unlap it, overtake everybody
You
here.
can use all the boost bar.
Four more laps. DRS is enabled.
And now, let's see if Oscar stays out.
Okay.
Are the wet tyres going to stay out? I don't think they are, you know. Interesting. That I didn't expect. So George laps... No, not George. Antonelli laps us. But has to pull over to let Piastri through. And now he has to let us through, because again, on the wrong compound of tyre. We are stuck behind Piastri. Piastri might have to pull over and let us through soon. Our pace is very compromised. Colapinto's in.
I'm in.
Tidy stop. Here comes Max. Who's currently nearly 30 seconds clear. It was a completely unnecessary stop. We could have stayed out for the last few laps. But
you're in clear air.
Why not? Why not indeed? It wasn't a particularly great stop at 2.1 seconds.
Currently P1. Car behind is Aston. You've got 3 laps to go.
Alright, we did a 1:15.1. We took 5 seconds out of Porsche on that lap. We might... If these guys stay out, there's a very real risk their tyres are going to explode. I'm going to have to investigate this. Look at his tyre tyres. They're at 20%. We're about to see a flurry of punctures. Watch these tyres start to drop.
Charge button on. No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Two more laps.
Okay.
So in 1 lap, the tyres have lost 4%. There's still 2 more laps to go. Once he crosses the line, anyone who's on full wets is now a ticking time bomb. Norris may yet somehow salvage a point out of this. And we're back in front of Oscar. And lapping quicker than him as well. Not massively quicker, but quick enough. Max crosses the line. Norris is a lap down. Won't be able to do anything about that. We need those tyres to start going pop right now. Let's slow Max right down.
We need to do the full management on this set.
Okay.
Try and just give more people opportunity to go pop.
Okay.
Give Norris a chance to maybe move up. Colapinto gets past Pato. There we go. Schumacher's gone pop. No, Norris didn't get a penalty. Both of our drivers picked up penalties for contact from Mercedes drivers, where we got hit and then got the penalty. Max has gone through. We're not going to be able to, unfortunately, move Norris up because he's a lap down. So he will cross the line and be done.
Fully deserved.
But it's a dominant win for Max today. Absolutely
Very good
dominant.
result.
But when you come to a stop, use your procedures, please.
And there's the checkered flag. Max Verstappen is our winner.
Looks like Vesti went pop as well.
Tonight, after a performance like that, they've done themselves.
We needed one
and
more
the
lap
team
or
proud.
2 more laps for Norris.
And checkered flag.
Yeah, Vesti's popped. See if Bearman can make it. Well, Bearman's tyres up. Oh yeah, Bearman's tyres are a little bit better. He's just got into puncture territory now. Yeah, we needed a couple more laps for Norris to recover. Oh, look at this. He gets jumped by Colapinto at the death. It's not for a point. Colapinto needed another lap. He sets the fastest lap on the final lap. 109.5. Make sure you watch Q3 as well, Peter, because Max had a lap of the gods moment. And we're just waiting on Vesti to cross the line. Norris will at least still achieve his sponsor target of 18th or higher, which is why I kept him out. So, disappointing result for him personally, but at least he brings home 450 grand of sponsor money. And there we go.
A great drive today from Max Verstappen.
What a brilliant race that was for the team. They just did everything right, the driver included, of course.
Oh, that's a wonderful scene. The team getting their first chance to congratulate their driver on a job well done. And no doubt, Verstappen fans will be celebrating the Dutchman's achievement.
To quote Jensen Button, Monaco,
Good
baby,
winner.
yeah!
Has to leave them and the team feeling confident.
Always a special occasion here in the incomparable Monte Carlo. They'll be pushing the boat out here tonight, no doubt. Well, Kareem, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
They'll be absolutely delighted to have picked up the win here. What a great outcome that is for the team.
And thank you everyone for joining us this weekend here in Monaco.
For the next round, we're heading back to the heart of the UK. Get ready for a race to remember in Silverstone, the cradle of Formula One.
So, confirmation of the final results. It is win number 3 this year for Max Verstappen. Oscar takes second, so we close the gap by another 7 points. I think that brings us within 10 of Oscar Piastri now. Antonelli gets third, another podium for him. George in fourth. Lindblad in fifth. 6th place for Sainz, 7th for Sonoda, 8th for Hadjar, 9th for Lawson, and 10th for Gasly. So TGR getting both cars home in the top 10, as did Aston. Everyone else only getting one of their 2 cars in the points. Then it was Franco Colapinto with that audacious overtake on Ollie Bearman right at the end there in La Rascasse. Not quite good enough for a point, but he did steal the fastest lap from Max at the death. Ollie Bearman has to settle for 12th. Freddie Vesti punctured in 13th place. 14th for Porsche, 15th for Pato, 16th for Mick, who also punctured, 17th for Norris. Disappointing. Just didn't work out, unfortunately, for him. Very unlucky today. And then 5 retirements. Felipe Drogovic, Alex Albon, Bortoletto, Charles Leclerc, and Jack Doohan, all having some kind of tangle with another car or a barrier, or both. Let's see what that's done to the drivers' standings. So there we see the gap has come down to just 10 points. Oscar leads with 181. Max now just 10 points behind on 171 thanks to his win today. And with Leclerc not scoring any points, we now have a 51-point gap to third place. Antonelli is now within 7 points of Leclerc after his third place today. He's on 113. Tsunoda now up to 99 points, one away from triple digits. Lindblad gets some excellent points as well. He's on 86, as is George, gaining good points from fourth today. 81 points for him. No points for Lando. He stays on 66, as does Bearman on 58. No points for him either. Sainz now within 4 points of his younger teammate. Then it's Albon with 33. Hadjar up 2 places into 12th. He's now on 19 points, moving past Colapinto and Doohan, who are on 16 and 15 respectively. Another driver up to 15 points now, as Gasly moves up a place. He's on 15 ahead of Felipe Drugovich, also on 15. Then it's 13 points for Porsche, 12 for Schumacher, 10 for Bortoletto, 8 for Lawson, Freddie Vesti on 5. Pato's still the only driver yet to score. And let's see, was there an F3 race this weekend? There was. Ugo did not win the sprint, but he did take the win in the Grand Prix. So there will be no clear sweep of the wins for Ugo this season. But let's see where he did finish when we check the calendar later. In the constructor standings, Ford on 301 points. We picked up 25 points ourselves today. So another little nibble out of that gap. We closed the lead by 7. We are still 64 points behind them. But we are closing the gap slowly. They see 3 wins for Ford, 2 for Oscar, 1 for Charles. 8 podiums in total. We're up to 6 podiums and 3 wins. That's not too bad. Mercedes picked up 15 points today. They're on 126. Ferrari on 108, 112. 107 for Aston. 98 now for HiTech. 86 for McLaren. They closed the gap to HiTech by 2. So they're not completely cut adrift yet. Williams on 43. No points at all. They're starting to fall away. TGR move up to 9th over Audi. With 5 points earned. They're on 34 points now, 9 behind Williams, 4 ahead of Audi, and at the bottom still is Maserati with 16 points. In the pit stops, we did get 1 car in the top 10. That was Norris's stop, that 1.86. But Ferrari absolutely smashing it today. First and second. Ford taking 3rd and 8th. 4th for McLaren, 5th and 10th for HiTech. Aston and Audi picking up the last places in 7th and 9th there. Let's see what that's done to the standings. We stay top. We lose a bit more ground again. And Ford have moved above Ferrari. So our lead is 42 points over Ford. They're on 155. Ferrari on 143. Just 2 points clear now of Williams. Thanks to a whopping 43 points earned today. Great day for Ferrari in this competition, at least. HiTech on 102 points now. Then it's Aston with 92. 85 for McLaren. TGR on 43. 30 points for Audi. 13 still just for Mercedes. They are really struggling with their pit crew today, this season. And then 9 points for Maserati. They see a summary of all of our stops. A bad stop there for Norris. That was to serve his penalty and change his front wing. Max, that was his penalty stop, I believe, but of course it doesn't count the penalty. So all of his stops effectively pretty quick, but not quick enough. And Norris, yeah, not a great day in the pits, apart from that one stop that actually got us a few points. Both drivers do finish. It says Lando DNF, but he didn't. It's actually given us the cash, as you can see. This is one of those weird finishing bugs that we see from time to time. But finishing in 17th gets his sponsor objective done. Max with the win, miles clear on his objective. So let's head back to HQ and start prepping for Silverstone. Okay, so we have completed our sponsor plan. We are underfunded, but we've already added in that money on the previous sponsor engagement. So we should be able to actually clear our engagement on the next one, which is good. We did also get a couple of mandatories. There we go, for another 5.5 mil. So it's not like we've come away with no money this time. We've still got 7 to 8 mil added to our bank balance. Mark Slade goes up to a 96 overall. And it's our mid-season board review. As you can see, we are ahead of our target position there. We now have 9 of 12 done on the long-term objective. And with 10 rounds to go, we just need to score points in 3 of those in the actual Grand Prix themselves, not the sprints, to complete the long-term objective as well. That'll be good. That'll be very nice. Board has high confidence and gives us an extra 1.5 mil. So, we have 10.6 mil in the bank. Very nice. Let's see. Yes, we can set our sponsor objectives. Good, good, good. I was worried for a second then. So, post-race data. Something is broken on the car. Well, a lot of stuff's broken on Lando's car. Let's have a little look. The side pods failed on Max's car. We destroyed one of our brand new chassis. Ugh. And we destroyed one of our suspensions. But we're looking pretty good. Lando desperately needs more points. He's had some really rough luck as well. We'll try and make sure that he doesn't do anything with the sponsors this time around to get his stats back up again. Let's see what we can do to fix the cars. We can put a new side pod on and still have one spare. And we can put on a new chassis. That's good. And we can put on another suspension as well. We've still got a spare suspension. That's good. Right. How long until Silverstone? 4 days. So, a triple header. No, double header. Because we had a gap before Monaco. And then we should have our mid-season break, I think. Let's check ahead. Yes, we'll have a nice 4-week block from Silverstone before we go to Spa and then Zandvoort. So, let's get our sponsors done. We're going to get another holiday package and another hot lap experience for another 5.5 mil, plus our 9.25 mil that we are due for engagement. So, another big payday coming. We have to do that, and we have to do that. The best is Lando, but I really don't want to use Lando if at all possible. We'll see. We might have to, unfortunately. Let's get Max involved. Let's get Jack Crawford involved. Oh, we're still way short. We're going to have to use Lando. And if we untick... If we untick Jack Crawford, we're still going to fall short. Ah, man, we are still miles short. And again, this is because we had that bug. So we're going to have to add more money in again. I really don't like doing this. I really don't like doing this. But that 1 month where we couldn't do any engagement at all has absolutely crippled us. We might be at that point where we have to do this now every period as well, because we were comfortably in a position where we could clear the objectives every month. And then that 1 month where we didn't do anything cost us so much engagement that we haven't come close. Oh, OBS is disconnected. And reconnected. So a little pause there, a few seconds. Maybe there's an update I need to install for OBS. I'll check after this stream. So I am short. Let's see. 0.26. short, going to be 6.26 mil short. All right, well, let's make a note of that. We'll do that at the next sponsor engagement because we technically already had our money for this one. There we go. Made a note of that. Begin the sponsor objective period. Oh, excuse me. Right, 4 days to go. Let's take a look at what's going on. We're a week away from the chassis, so before that research project finishes. Plenty of time still on those ones, so nothing going on there. We've got 4 wings, 3 wings, 3 side pods, 4 underfloors, 3 suspensions. What's the state of the cars? Medium, medium, medium. Medium and medium. So we're going to need to make a couple more side pods. Probably make 1 more suspension as well. Let's get 2 made. Because we are going to be losing 2 soon. And we just lost a suspension. So let's make 1 more. Go. We'll do some front wings next time round. Top the number of those up a little bit. And let's add in an extra chassis because we've only got 1 more coming. Right, so we're down to 8.9 mil. Let's check our facilities. Our racing sim's getting close. Our design centre will need an upgrade soon. That's 11.5 mil. Yeah, that's very close. Look. Boardroom's getting a little low. Weather centre's not too far behind. Same for the tour centre. We're okay for now. Let's check in with the board. So, another delighted result. It's another win. Finances could be a little bit better, but they're not too bad. Let's check in with the F3 Championship results for Monaco. So, Ugo got the race win. Who got the sprint win? Was it Nikita Bedrin? Oh no, it's Teo Nile. Ugo finished 3rd. So he still finished on the podium in the sprint. That's not too bad. What happened to Nikita Bedrin? There he is, 9th. Okay. So, nice big haul of points. If we take a look at the standings for F3. Ugo absolutely crushing the championship this year. 89 points clear of Nikita Bedrin now. Outscoring him by 13 this weekend. Just missing out on getting that perfect sweep on wins for the sprints. We're still on for a perfect race win sweep. Fastest laps, not on for pole sweeps. But a great debut season, no matter what, so far for Ugo. Absolutely blitzing the field. Right, what's coming up in our calendar? Anything? Start of a new month. So we'll have pit crew training to do. Is Silverstone going to be a sprint? No, it's not. We've got a little bit of wet weather on the Friday, but it'll be dry for Saturday and dry for Sunday. Quite a cool looking Saturday, potentially. Let's advance time. How do I think the Australian Grand Prix is going to go this weekend? I think it's going to be a bit chaotic. I don't think we're going to see many natural overtakes in terms of just straight wheel-to-wheel racing. I think we're going to see a lot of mistakes, lockups. I think that's mainly how people are going to make their overtakes. There'll be some overtaking, but I don't think there'll be a massive amount. I really don't think the active aero is going to do much to improve overtaking. The push to pass battery boost and overtake modes, I think, are going to be kind of neutralized to a fair. No. What kind of race we're going to get at Australia, but I don't think it's going to be a great one. I think it's going to be potentially a little bit processional, and I think mistakes are probably going to be, and maybe pit stops is going to be the way that cars get their overtakes done. I don't think we'll see a lot of traditional wheel-to-wheel fighting, unfortunately. I hope I'm wrong, but we shall see. Right, once again, it only shows us Jack. It's not showing us Ugo. Let's see how he's looking in here. Still looking pretty good. His stats are really coming along nicely. His braking's up to 87. Accuracy and defending are still his two weakest areas. Reaction needs a bit of work as well. He's on short run pace to work on that accuracy and cornering, but is there something else I can put him on? Maybe race strategy, but I need to boost his accuracy. Accuracy is all important for qualifying, so I want to try and find something with that in that's going to boost other things as well. Maybe we move him onto wet track for a little bit, boost his smoothness as well as his accuracy. See what else there is in terms of options. I think I'll just leave him on balanced for now. I think that might be the best bet. Let's see what Lando's development's looking like. Has he gained anything? Probably not. No, he hasn't. Okay. So what is he currently on with training? He's on long run pace to work on adaptability and reactions. Accuracy needs some work. But again, that's being hampered by... It's hard to get a clear picture of exactly where he is, stat-wise, because we've just stuck him in for some sponsor work again. Max's accuracy looks like it might have taken a little hit, so maybe he's doing the hot lap this time round. One thing we can see is Norris is now ticked in from low into very low on development rate. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to get much improvement, if any, now out of Norris. We'll just be maintaining his stats. I think leaving him here is going to be the best bet on short run pace. Yeah, we'll do that. Right. All right, on to Thursday. Oh, God's sake. Now he's going to argue with Javi. Let's intervene and hope. Never really works our way. What's everyone else up to in this month? So TGR have a new chassis. There are some flaws in it. That's good. They're working on side pods. Ford currently they're having a great season. Yeah, but they're not running away with it this year. We are making them work for it. And there you see how close things are. We are slowly chipping away at them in the constructors, but we need Norris to chip in with some more points than he is doing at the moment. Max is absolutely crushing it for us at the moment. His results have been amazing. In fact, we'll go one more day. We'll get the pit crew training. Then, just to finish off, we'll take a look at the online editor to have a look at the stats again. So we'll do our training first. Can I get any training done here? Doesn't look like it. No, we're going to carry some fatigue in. Not ideal. So we'll give them 2 days off. It's still at 94 as our capped limit there, which is a bit of a shame. Let's go heavy with gym training. We can at least keep improving our pace, if nothing else. We're reaching that point where it's now very hard to maintain. Well, very hard to improve. It's now more about maintaining. OBS playing up again. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that. I hope it's just a weird little bug for tonight and it'll be fine tomorrow. We'll go to normal split training for this week. I think we might have hit our limit with our pit crew as they currently are. There we go. That's the perfect block of training down to 0. And then into the sprint weekend. We will hit confirm. But as you can see, all that speed training and we gained nothing on our estimated pit stop time. We will end the month with a slight improvement on our mistake chances, slight improvement on car building, but we're plateauing now, unfortunately. Need that aptitude to start going up a bit more. Doesn't need an upgrade yet. It's too soon. That's almost gone. All right, let's advance one day. There we go. Let's go to the inbox. Strategy prep, going to be warm, not expecting rain, so tyres should be controllable temperature wise. There we go. Expected pit stop count 2 stop is the expected. Interesting. With our tyre wear, we can probably make the 1 stop work. We've got just under 10 mil in the bank, which is a nice healthy position for us to be in. Let's create a save. There we go. Let's open up the database editor. Let's go to records. There are the Monaco results. So Max got driver of the day. Absolutely deserved it. Yeah, he dominated the Grand Prix. Never really in any serious jeopardy, although that pit stop penalty did get me a little concerned at one point. There you see Colapinto stealing the fastest lap from us on the dying lap. We had it all the way through until that last lap from the very beginning of the Grand Prix, a 109.8. Yeah, frustrating. Right, let's take a look at the season review so far. So, let's get it all on one page. There we go. It's nice and easy to view there. Oscar is top, but only by 10 points. Then it's 61-point gap further back, or 51 points further back, is Charles Leclerc. These are the current constructor standings. We're 64 points behind there. In terms of qualifying, Antonelli has taken 4 poles this year. Has he really? Wow. Didn't expect that. There is Max with his first ever pole position for Cadillac in the in Grand Prix anyway. You can see we have made Q3 4 times with Max this season. Norris has made it 3 times. He spent most of his time in Q2. And Max has been there 6 times. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between Max and Norris. So, yeah. Big drop-off here. No points at all in Bahrain. Sorry, in Jeddah, because Max, for Norris, he retired. So that's why there's no connecting line between those race points there. But you can see that is the closest he's been when he came second. But even then, in Singapore, he was a bit of a distance behind, a little off the pace. Baku, you can see, was quite a way off the pace. A bit closer in Spain, but a long way off, although definitely some exigent circumstances on that one. Yeah, it's not been the best season so far for Lando. Max is now 10-0 in races. It's even, though, in qualifying. 5 out of 5. Or 5 and 5. They are even, on as even in qualifying. The average difference in pace is half a second. That's quite big. That is quite big. There's the average qualifying position. Max is actually slightly lower down. 13th place against 11th place for Lando. That's mainly down to Max getting eliminated in Q1, I think, for the first 2 or 3 Grand Prix of the season. Median quali slightly in Norris's favour. Only 1 front row for the team so far, and that was for Verstappen. If we take a look at race pace difference, it's a little bit less than qualifying. Just about 2.4 tenths of a second. Average race position is 4th for Max this year, 9th, and 9.5 for Lando. Median position there is 3rd and 8th. Average grid position is 13th and 11th. I think that's their average starting position. Average position gain, Max gaining on average 9 places per race, just 2.8 for Lando. That would have been let down severely by this one here. You know, had he not had that accident, his would be a lot higher. Top 10 finishes for our drivers, 9 to 6 in favour of Max. Podiums there, wins and sprint wins, all in Max's favour. Best qualifying, DNFs. It's kind of cool. We've got race form, qualifying form. They can see when the drivers haven't made Q3. This was Max getting off to a really bad start here, and then again a couple of races where he did not get into Q3 or get out of Q3. Norris has been a lot more consistent. He's only been in Q3 once this year. The rest has been Q2s mainly, with a couple of Q3 positions. But Max has been up and down all over the place a bit, really. And then obviously got that pole position there today, which is quite nice. There's the points progression. So they started quite close, and then Max rocketed away and has just pulled further and further away, especially in these last few races. Unfortunately, Norris has started to plateau a little bit, and Max has just gone from strength to strength. Gap to winner. Gap to pole. No gap at all to pole here, which is quite nice. Is this position gaps or is this seconds? I think this is seconds, isn't it? Yeah. So there you can see we were 10.5 seconds off of pole position time at Azerbaijan. But I think we still got a really good result there. So the stats in here, it's really nice to actually play about with this. We get to see some really good stuff. Let's go back to the records. We now tie with Ford on 3 wins apiece, which I'm very surprised at. That's fantastic news. That really is showing how well we've come on this year. We actually lead the Driver of the Day tournament as well. Max has got it twice now. Everyone else has got it once. We are lagging behind on podiums and individual driver podiums as well, and pole positions. But we're only 2 behind Ford, which I'm a little surprised by. And Max leads the number of wins this season. So, yeah, it's looking like a very, very good season for us. I am really hopeful that we can challenge for both titles this year. It certainly is looking that way based on today's results. You know, Max just so dominant. Silverstone's a very different type of track, though. It's very different to Monaco. It's almost the complete opposite. It's just flat out all the way around for the most part. So, might be more of a struggle. But I'm still hopeful we can at least get points. So, we'll see how we do. We'll be back for the season... so for our week finale tomorrow. Actually, no, it's Friday today, isn't it? It was. It's now technically Saturday, 2 minutes past midnight. We'll be back on Monday then with the next round, round 11, as we head to Silverstone. I hope you have enjoyed tonight's race. If you have, a thumbs up would be hugely appreciated. If you're not yet subscribed, then why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well. Be sure to click the bell for notifications on new videos and live streams and their start times, etc. And maybe we'll have a good Australian Grand Prix this weekend. Maybe we won't. We'll see. There'll be plenty to discuss, no doubt, when we go to Silverstone on Monday. So enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the Australian Grand Prix. I will see you all again on Monday. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.